at the Apple Valley Unified School District. So with that, I'll do roll call. Rick Raleigh, I'm here. Amanda Buchanan,
Here.
Maria Okpara,
Maria Okpara is here.
Renee Longshore,
Here.
and Anita Tucker.
I'm here.
All right, we're all here. So if you could join me with to the pledge, please stand. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, Kylie, any public comments pertaining to closed session?
We do not.
Okay, great. So we have no public comments, so we have items 1 through 8, and I'll read those off. So item 1 for closed session is superintendent evaluation. Item 2, conference litigation, government code section 4956.9A, current litigation, 11 cases. CIVDS 2011183, CIVSB 2111303, 2220303, 2218676, 2314073, lots of twos today. 23221-171, 241-2359, 241-2687, and 2321161, and 240404. Government Code Section 54954.5 subsection C and 54956.9 subsection D and 2 and E1 anticipated litigation, one case 2024/2501. Item 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title certificated and classified employees. Item 4, public employees appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title certificated and classified employees. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison. B, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Kristen Dupree. B, employee organization, California School Employees Association. Number 7, conference with real property negotiator, government code 54956.8. A, negotiation parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. And finally, number 8, security matters, government code section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. With that, I'll ask a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
We have a motion, Okpara, a second
Buchanan.
by Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That'll be the order. So we will go into closed session and we will come back no earlier than 12:30 p.m. All right, well, we're back at the regular meeting, the special meeting at 1:08 PM. So with that, we'll call roll call. Rick Raleigh, I'm here. Amanda Buchanan,
Here.
Maria O'Connor,
Maria Okpara here.
Renee Armstrong,
Here.
and Nina Tucker.
I'm here.
All right, we're all here. So let's see. Anita, can you lead us in the pledge?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So I need to read this here. Instead of good evening, it'll be good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before we get started, I'd like to say that the board appreciates and supports educational partners. I don't think we have anybody for the public, so I'm not gonna
So go ahead.
read all through this here, 'cause
Board comments.
Caesar's our only, our only board. So we'll go down the line here. If anybody has any comments, we'll start with Anita. Tucker, do you have any comments? Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you all for your help and support in getting me acclimated and ready for this position. I'm extremely excited about it. Couple of things. I want to wish Karen Sabers happy birthday, our certificated teacher president of AVUSD. And then I heard some sad news, and I wanted to extend condolences to the family and friends of Frank Leno. When I went to school here, Frank Leno was ASB director at Apple Valley High School, and I had heard that he had passed recently. So I extend my condolences to his family and friends. And I wish everybody a really wonderful, wonderful new year, and a really good start to the second semester of school.
Thank you, Anita. Renee?
Yes, I just want to welcome everyone back from our break. I hope you all had a great time with family and with adventures, and that we're all coming back refreshed and ready to start 2025 strong. I'd like to start with the challenge that was presented to me by then President Dr. Akpara, choosing a word of the year. Never done that before, so challenge accepted. I've never done this before either, so it looks like I'm making a collection. My word for 2025 is inspire. I gave it a lot of thought. As in joining the board, I become part of a group of wonderful individuals that have been doing lots of great work here. So I become part of a team. And with the word inspire, I want to think of things outside myself. So what I choose to do with my life and how it impacts those around me, and then inspires them to in turn do the same. So with that, I welcome 2025, and I'm excited for where we're headed.
I'm inspired.
You.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the last leg of the school year, 2025. And we're hoping that it will be an exciting school year with lots of new ideas coming up in this school year, and working together as a team. And because there's no I in team, I really look forward to that teamwork that makes the dream work. Welcome back from your holidays, and I hope you all enjoyed time with family. And I've toyed with my word for the year, and for now, I'm going to settle with listening. I try to, I'm hoping that I'll listen more and respond less. But welcome back to the new year.
Thank you, Maria. Amanda?
All right. Well, echo the welcome back, and I wanted to say how nice it is to be like it's our first meeting with all five of our board that we'll have for the next 2 years, hopefully longer. And I just wanted to say thank you so much to not just the cabinet, but I'm sure there was many staff people involved in putting together everything for today. And it was just really nice to so far get through, because we've been here since 8:30 this morning, but get through all the information and then everything that's going to come up on open session. So thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And I'd just like to echo what everybody else has said here. Obviously, I appreciate the support on becoming the president for the 25 school year, rest of the year. And I look forward to working with everyone. And as you are well aware from what we discussed earlier this morning, we have a full plate on our table for the rest of this year. We have a lot of work, and some of it will be complicated and not easy, but I think we'll get through it, and it'll be a successful year. So with that, Trinae?
It was a wonderful break. I actually loved coming back in on Friday last week. I'm not sure the guys, I kind of hit them up and said, would you guys meet me? I think Matt was the one scheduled for Friday work, but we decided it was important to come together and be fully prepared for today. And I appreciate the board taking the time to spend the entire day with us. I think it's probably the best way we can orient a new board coming together. 3 of you have been through most of this, but adding 2 means you're all on the same page, been able to ask questions. And so I appreciate that. My word is presence. And I say that as a parent and as that was the flash from the fire alarm that just caught my eye. Sorry. Hopefully it won't go off. As a parent and as a employee, being present with people and hearing what they have to say and putting devices down and spending some time, difficult sometimes in the role that I'm in. And I have been committed. That's my 2025 word. Ms. Okpara challenged me a few years ago on this. And so I've done it annually, and I think it really does help. And so I can't wait to be inspired. I can't wait for some listening, and you hold me accountable to being present. So appreciate that. As far as Frank Lento and I had a working relationship years ago. I knew that he was not doing well, but I did not know he had passed. I was a brand new principal, and he used to call me, hey kid, come here. And he'd tell me what to do. And I always did what he told me to do because he kept me in line. And so I am sorry for his loss and for his family and everybody that's impacted. And wishing Karen a happy birthday as well. I'm glad to know that today's her birthday and she's a January baby. We are starting in on second semester, which will be marathon pace. Because as you know, each month we get that much closer to our first graduation as a board up cheering on our students. So I know they're feeling it. I know the staff is feeling it. And the second semester does feel longer than the first semester. So hold tight, and I appreciate the work ahead.
Thank you, Trinae. Okay, item 5 is closed session reports, and I don't believe, clerk, you have anything to read out for the closed session. Moving right along, adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add or pull items from the consent calendar for discussion or action. So I would need a motion to approve the adoption of the agenda. I'm sorry, who was that did that? Anita,
I'll
okay.
second it.
And a second from
Okpara.
Maria. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous. Item D, recognition presentations, none at this meeting. Moving on to item E, discussion information. And first item up will be Trinae, and that is review of the Apple Valley Unified School District Government Governance Handbook. Hey, Caesar, can you grab me some water back there? Is there a bottle of water? Or a cup of water? I'm sorry. That's fine.
Yeah. You paid for water.
Thank you, sir. I know it's not in your job description, but it is. Thanks, brother. All right.
First slide, that's the issue. First slide says February 10th. That's when we did the last one. The rest of the slides have been amended and changed, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at how often I stand at this podium. Never to start, except when we are doing presentations with people and honoring them. So the history of the governance handbook, I think is important for us to review for a minute for new board members. The Board of Trustees worked with California School Boards Association back in 2021 to establish a governance handbook. Prior to that, we don't find a governance handbook anyplace. So historically, this was the first one, is what we believe occurred. So kudos to those who were on the board in 2021 for seeing some need to have a governance handbook. It was adopted at the June 10th, 2021 board meeting. That was after doing some virtual sessions with California School Boards Association, making some decisions, looking at drafts and moving forward. And then there was an initial agreement that we would review this annually. There's some history to that as well. So we agreed that in December it would come to the board, which didn't really make sense in an election year, because that meant a previous board might be reviewing a governance handbook and a new board member might never have the opportunity to do that. And we decided that it probably couldn't be done in one session. So taking this kind of like we do with our board policies, it's probably important annually to bring it forward as an information discussion item and then bringing it back at a later date for any edits or recommendations. So today, if people have recommendations, Kylie's ready to take notes about that. And then we can bring back some draft language and get it in front of the board for at least a first read and then a potential adoption at a following board meeting. Again, there's no rush on this. It just helps us to identify the effective governance standards for interacting. So I talked a little bit about the history from a governance standpoint, taking a unity of purpose, the roles, the norms, the agreements and protocols of how we operate together and creating a formal structure for those is really what the outcome of this governance handbook is. There is a slide in here where I'll ask some questions, but it's really intended to just be thoughtful around what your needs as board members are for future meetings to utilize the governance handbook. And in the end, it's the best benefits of the children of Apple Valley Unified School District. That's our purpose, is what are we doing in the best interest of students. So when we did a review the last time, one of the questions I asked is, how do we make this relevant? How do we utilize it in a more succinct way that is useful to the board, to the governance team? Is it a printed copy that sits at your seat with your name on it so that if you want to jot down or look through during a board meeting, is that what you'd like? Is it a printed copy as well for at home for a reference point? or a set of the board bylaws, or name it. What else could make it relevant? These are just some thoughts that we talked about many years ago. 2021 seems like way in the rearview mirror, but we've never had a statement of what we will do with it other than utilize it as a guiding purpose. So these are just thoughts. If anybody would like to have that, please speak up and we'll make sure that we have them available, maybe with your names on them, so that if you make notes, you have one right now, you could turn it in until we do any amendments. Next steps. So really it's just that you review the different sections. You had it as one of the posted items for this board workshop. And then if there are areas within the governance handbook that you feel like need to be amended, in particular, we looked at some language last time that had to do with newly elected board members and their attendance at California School Boards Association. And it worked out wonderfully. California School Boards Association doesn't do a good job of timing this. They know that elections sorry, I love the California School Boards Association. But if I was the queen of everything, I would ask them to delay this California School Boards Association to January or February so that we could get new board members in, sworn in, and be really part of a governance team before they attend. I get it. As newly elected, you have the opportunity to be there and learn about it, but not every district can based on policy. And so it's always been a little bit of an obstacle. So we now have it in the governance handbook. We have a way to work around it. And if there's other things within the governance handbook that need to be amended or updated just based on the times, then we need to look at the language annually. So like I mentioned before, we take things so that people have the opportunity to see them, then review them, and then make recommendations or leave as is. With board policies, we do 2 reads. That's what's required. There's a first read that is typically language that's provided to us by the law. If there's been a change in law, we come back, bring it to the board as a first read with the amendments already made, strike throughs, bolded, anything that is being removed from the policy is stricken. Anything that is new to the policy is bold and italicized. And that way board members can see what it used to look like, what we're proposing it to look like, and then it comes back a second time for a final read and adoption. And if there's things that are maybe not something that people believe should be in there, we have to do a little bit of background to understand whether it's contrary to law. Because if it's contrary to law, we don't get to dictate what the language is. So my recommendation with the governance handbook would be something similar. Whereas you have the time today to receive the information, we could have it agendized for the next board meeting so that we could receive more feedback as to what you'd like to see in it or leave it the same, and then bring it as a final read at the February board meeting. And then I've listed out the others just so that you can see them. Administrative regulations are a 1 read prior to adoption. So you will typically only see those on a board agenda a single time. Exhibits are a 1 read prior to adoption as well. Exhibits typically are forms, things that we would utilize internally, but that way you as board members, if they are going to be board adopted, have access. Not every form in the district is an exhibit. It depends on what the process by which it was developed and the need for it, having to do with policy. And then board bylaws are obviously the 9000s, and board bylaw 9310 actually points you back to, there's a, I don't know what happened with this. I think I'm using an old, it didn't save. I was in a room down the hall. But it really does point you back to the governance handbook and how the governance of the board should happen. And so it's a great bylaw. 9310 points us back to governance as a team. Any questions? Any recommendations? Is there any areas that people have already read through and thought maybe should be amended?
It seems to me that Ree's going through, there's a lot in this. I mean, there's a lot of, some of it looks a little redundant, but I mean, probably wouldn't be something that we would need to go and remove, but it is pretty comprehensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any place where it talks about board bylaw, it has just removed the board bylaw language and put it in here. So we've those areas, while they're in here at the time, historically, the board had made the decision that they wanted the language to be embedded into the governance handbook as a quick reference. If those of you, Rick, you were there, Maria, you were there, Amanda, you were there for review last year, but you weren't there with the original. Anything that you guys decide is redundant, we are more than willing to look at and amend as you ask.
I mean, I saw a couple here that there was, on the, let's see what page. And it's not a big deal. I just noticed that it said it twice in
I know.
the same page. But, I'd have to go through it a little bit more detail.
Okay, and because it's a public session presentation, you are more than welcome to send me an email or anything just with the edits that you see fit, and I can bring those to the whole board as in an update. Just here's some recommendations from other board members. We can work to do some of those edits, and then we can bring it back.
May I speak, Mr. President?
Excuse me?
May I speak, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, you may. Of
Um,
course.
I would like to have almost like a laminated copy put on our desk for each board meeting on what our roles and responsibilities are,
Okay.
so that we can have a focus on it at all times to see what our job is and what it is not. So we can see this 5 of them that you have here, to just have it printed and posted on our desk or taped down on our desk so that we can see that it's on page 3.
It rolls to page 4 as well, but we probably can structure it to a 1-page. Is that agreeable by the rest of the board? Can we do that?
Sure.
Anything else?
Is there any other questions for Trinae? Any
Not
comments?
not that I can think of right
Okay.
now.
Thank you, Trinae. All right, so item 2 is going to be Mr. Schlosser. Pupil personal student discipline procedures. The topic we deal with a lot.
Right. Yes, you do. Thank you. So we'll go through, this will be just some background. There's a couple of, there's the slides I printed because there are references to board policy and education code in the slide deck that you may want to have. Of course, at any time, we're happy to answer questions. So you feel free to, reach out directly to us in these cases. But here's an overview of student discipline and the kind of the process. And really that's from an incident at a school into a board action. And so that is completely governed by board policy and administrative regulation 5144.1 and point 2. And the only difference in point 2 is that it is a section entirely focused on students with disabilities. But they mirror each other with some additional requirements. And the ed code sections that govern this are listed there, and they're lengthy and detailed. So I've included here references to those that are most important for you, because as you can imagine, a lot of them apply to what must happen at a school site. Okay. So we're going to focus today on the role of the board and how those steps are to be taken. So first, we have to kind of make sure and clarify what is expulsion. So even families sometimes, when we have a meeting with them to talk about this, they think expulsion means I'm gone forever. And that isn't what that term means. Really, it's your authority to exclude a child from our school system for up to a calendar year, depending on the ed code violation. And that's the longest it can be, unless they don't meet their terms and conditions. We must, during that time, however, provide another opportunity for them to attend school, because school is mandatory in California. And so typically, if it's not within our system, it will be in the county system or some other placement. But we do provide schools. Students still must attend during that time of expulsion. We also must set the term and the conditions for return. And then they have, as you might imagine, due process rights all along the way in order for their side to be heard and for them make sure that we are carefully considering appropriate evidence that reasonable people are used to use to make serious decisions. We have the burden of proof and we must follow the law. And so I've included document 1 and 2. Let me please forgive my course numbering system. It was the best I could do on short notice. I am ill-skilled in the Adobe Acrobat, so you will have this every time. This is simply a list of the education codes. We include this in the background that we provide to you that includes the student discipline specifics. And so it's a two-sided. It lists simply all of the current educational codes for which a student may be suspended and or expelled. You will only see them if they are being recommended for expulsion.
Pat, can I ask you a question with
Please.
that? Is that a moving target? Does that document change yearly, like new laws are enacted? Do we see much change in that?
We see some change. We have seen some change. For example, if you look at 48900K. So in K, it explicitly lists now a bunch of subsections telling us upon whom this section cannot be used. Because K is the disrupted school activities one. And so it now indicates that, for example, for students in grade K or 1 through 8 inclusive, they shall not be suspended for any acts enumerated in this subdivision. So we know we have to pay attention upon whom it applies. Some of them have age or grade level specifications, like the sexual harassment code. They don't change a lot, but they do change, and we have to watch. Luckily, those are law changes that everyone's antenna are up for, and we get good analysis ahead of time. And if that does come, we'll make sure and advise you. And then the second page, or my cleverly numbered number 2, is a California Department of Education 3-column chart that's actually fairly handy. And what that does is enumerate for you 3 categories of offense. There's the must recommend expulsion offenses, the 48915Cs, and those are offenses for which school sites have no discretion. They must recommend. And you can see them listed there. There are 5. And on the back, it continues. And it's just sort of the reference on the back. The middle column are the other 48915 offenses. They are the may be recommended, or they must unless the school site believes another means of remediation might work. And so those are listed there. And then finally, the may recommend. And that's all of the 48900s. And I'm going to draw you to the back side of handout 2 for the 48900 of the 3rd column. It starts with P, sold prescription drug, SOMA, an ed code, by the way, for which none of us, I think, has ever committed a suspension or expulsion. I think it was a law that was written for a particular time in California history that we have lots of other things we see on campuses, but SOMA is not one. And then it reads down, and I want to draw you to number 1 and 2, where it says the recommendation for expulsion shall be based on one or both of the following. This is something called secondary findings, and they are required for this column. Other means of correction are not feasible or have repeatedly failed to bring about proper conduct, which requires us to, there's a burden of proof to show that we both attempted them and that they didn't work. Or number 2, due to the nature of the act, the presence of the pupil causes a continuing danger to the physical safety of the pupil or others. And so I just point those to you because those are thresholds we must meet for 48900 offenses. So they can't simply, for example, get in a single fight. That's a 48900. Now, if it is a situation that rises to the 48915 level, then an expulsion does not require secondary findings. But if it does not, there's no great bodily injury or so on, then we have to have secondary findings, meaning we have to have attempted to either remediate the behavior, or it has to be due to the nature of this particular, we have to show cause that this student cannot be on campus. I'll pause there for questions.
Any questions for
I
Pat?
have one. Okay, going back to the one that you mentioned, sold prescription drugs,
Soma.
So that one falls under may recommend, but if we look under must recommend, wouldn't that be item 3?
It would. And we think
How
of
do you-
sales
just
that
because
way.
it's Soma, it goes, or,
Yeah, and in fact, I'll point out two things. Thank you for that question. It's going to help me fix an error. On the backside, you'll see that those same secondary findings are listed under column 2. And yet we believe in this district that due to the nature of the act is satisfied by sales. And I think the board can understand that. It's a whole different thing to have items in your possession for personal use versus bringing them for distribution and sale on a campus. Now, those facts of the case may vary, and we would always bring those out in the hearing process, but that's been our look at that.
I think what Ms. Buchanan is talking about is under column 1, it talks about the unlawful under the health
Oh,
and
column
safety
1?
code. Yes.
Let me
Which
get into
under the
that.
health and safety code, there is a difference between SOMA.
Yes, SOMA is
And
not
why it
listed
lands.
in
That's-
section 11053.
Well, it's also, of course, well, I'll
Yeah.
just be quiet.
SOMA is listed in that particular section, but it does not qualify for number 3. It's not, there's a list of chemical components listed in section 11053, and that particular compound does not qualify.
I got it.
Thankfully, like I said, we don't see that at the moment, but we are careful to consider whether or not, like, we actually have to use our officers as drug identification agents because sometimes we cannot necessarily determine the chemical compound. Great questions. Thank you.
My question is on other means of correction, where you look at the other means of correction. When you look on the column 3, it says due to the nature of the act, the presence of the pupil causes a continuing danger to the physical safety of the pupil or others. When you cite that, are you citing it specifically for that school site? Or are you citing it specifically for being in the presence of other pupil or others? Because this
question.
particular language did not say to that school. It just says other people or others. And so if that is the case, should we be expelling a student to another school where he is going to become a danger to other pupils?
Certainly an understandable consideration. I think that there are times when we've realized that there might be a situation where it is a particular situation between student groups or a particular student and another. And so in that case, it could be that the hearing chairperson and the panel believe that it would be reasonable to put a student at another site, especially if that site has much greater supervision. But it could be that they believe, if in a secondary finding, that the student cannot be in our schools at all. And so that will be the board's decision to make.
Thank you.
Okay, doing good. So I've also included document 3, kind of a flow chart and timeline. There are very strict legal timelines that we must follow. I know. And even worse, I'm going to cop to the fact that I simply lined out the old list of board members at the top because I did not have access to current letterhead last night. Belly up. That's my theory. And so this timeline, and in fact, a much more detailed timeline and flow chart is shared with families. This is for you to kind of see that we have a series of questions we ask ourselves, if this, then that, or if not, then we have a different path to travel. We meet and we carefully adjudge these things. Our child welfare and attendance coordinator, Renee Castillo, is well-versed in these, and we work with the sites to make sure they're following the steps. What's more interesting, I think, is on the back of this, number 3, and it's kind of a 2-step process that shows the timeline, and you may have to take that apart. It shows the timeline for regular education and then also for a stipulated expulsion, which we'll cover in a moment. And you'll notice that there's some things that must happen by day 5 of suspension. 10 calendar days before the hearing, the parent must be notified. And these things happen typically both by telephone and by certified mail. A student could be out for up to 40 days before you take action. That's the legal maximum. We try to go faster than that in every case, but sometimes it comes to the point where the family really feels like that's a long time and we know this happened. And so we'll talk about what happens in those cases. I'll insert that kind of the school site principal is immediately involved. They're the ones who make the recommendation to the hearing chairperson and really officially to Trinae Nelson as a superintendent, a recommendation for expulsion, which sets in motion a set of processes. The principal must also talk to the parent first. Then we take over from there at the district office. Child welfare and attendance coordinator makes contact with the family to extend the suspension. We gather information. We share all evidence with the family because that is their due process right. We then call an administrative hearing panel together, and the panel is comprised by board policy of 3 certificated members who do not work at the school where the child attends. They're typically site administrators from other school sites. It's very helpful for them to be in those rooms because they are also presenters from time to time. And then they listen to the evidence, weigh the facts, and then based on the elements of each law, they come up with a finding of fact and write it up. And then that's what is presented to you along with all evidence. Now, what isn't presented to you is the transcript of the case. So you don't necessarily know exactly how the evidence was presented at hearing. You know what the evidence packet that was provided to the family is. We leave you out of that because you are not finders of fact, you are decision makers, unless the family requests their hearing to be in front of you. And so I'll pause there.
I have a question, Mr. President. I know that you have 40 school days after the first day of suspension. I'm going to give you a scenario.
Okay.
A student violates one of those ed code or the discipline policy, but the student is in lockup, and he's there for 40 days or 41 days.
Yeah.
What does that do with that case?
Here's how we typically handle those. They do happen from time to time. If the incident occurs on campus, and for some reason, our police or the sheriff's department is involved and they decide that a penal code violation has taken place and the student is removed from taken custody of and removed, we are unable usually to complete our investigation at that time, so we do not suspend.
Correct.
We wait until the child is returned to us to make sure that we have given the child an opportunity to give a statement, and that is when day 1 of suspension occurs, after they are released. Although that can extend the time that they're away from school, it means that we don't miss any legally required timelines.
Okay. I ask that because sometimes we have suspended the student, and the suspension started, let's say, on a Monday. And after school on Monday, the police goes to the home and arrests the child. And now the child now has 40 days, but your suspension has already kicked in from that day 1.
Absolutely correct.
So now what do we do? Because now your clock has started ticking.
You're right. And two problems occur then. One, we will never have extended that suspension. So technically the child could go straight back to school.
Correct.
If that were to occur.
Mhm.
And if we'd missed the timeline, the only way to extend it would be by parent permission. And they would have the right to say no. So in the case that we, for some reason, decided to suspend, and then they were incarcerated for some period of time that caused us to miss those deadlines, we would be out of timeline, and unable to proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, doing great. Thank you. So in the case where the family says, yes, we understand this happened, we aren't here to disagree with that or plead differently, the potential to return to school quickly is allowed by board policy, where the parent would simply waive their right to a hearing. They waive some of their due process rights, and we would stipulate that the event occurred, the student is a danger, and we're going to move them to another location, and that location could be at the county school placement, or it could be at another school site via a method called suspended enforcement, which I'll get to in a moment. That still comes to you. Here's the difference. It doesn't come in the case where if a stipulated agreement comes to you and you choose not to approve it, you really can't amend that, because one of the agreements they're stipulating is they're agreeing to what they're signing. They're not agreeing to some other thing. So if we say no to the stipulated agreement, then their timeline starts that day again. And so then they have rights to a hearing because they have waived their rights based on what they signed that day. And so if you choose not to approve a stipulated agreement, then we simply proceed to hearing, which is completely fine. So just a note on stipulated agreements. And then we've kind of talked about this already. Document 4 is worth looking at though. And just briefly, it's the 48916. This was revelatory for me and helpful, I think, for us. I'm going to add this. I'm going to ask that this be added to what is included in each board packet. I've kind of highlighted some areas of importance. It does describe the term that other than 48915C, which is the 5 on that left first column of the CDE document, document 2, that the term shall be set a date not later than the last day of the semester following the semester in which the expulsion occurred, when the pupil shall be reviewed for readmission. Essentially, that limits the term for a 48915A or 48900 offense to semester plus 1. The semester expulsion occurred, the legal definition of that is when you take action. Only you can expel. So if an offense occurs in December and you take action in January, then semester plus 1 is this semester, spring, and the following fall semester. Now you can always go shorter. You are allowed to have a shorter term of time. Thank you, Anna. But you cannot opt for a longer term in this, less the Ed Code violation is a 48915C, those 5 listed on the far left column that we showed you earlier. And I will make sure that that's known both to the hearing panel and to you. Finally, it does make reference to the readmission process, and I'll just a quick note about that. I think I go forward here. No, not yet. And I'll note that there are students who come to us from other districts who are expelled. They attempt to enter our district with a new address. They are expelled students. They do not get an automatic admission. They go through an admission hearing. We consider the evidence. We look and see if their original terms and conditions are met. And if they are not, we continue them as an expelled student at whatever placement they were placed at, or a new placement if their address change requires it. I'll pause there. I know it's a lot. Promise that you are, 1, will become more familiar, and 2, you have our assistance at any time. I made reference to something called a suspended enforcement. All that is us saying, yes, you're an expelled student, but we're going to place you at a different or even possibly the same school site if the school site believes that that's appropriate. So maybe the violation is such that they feel like this student, although it should have an expulsion on their record, we believe we can remediate this student, but we still want the kind of potential force of an expulsion hanging over the student so that they know that if a single violation occurs, they will go immediately to a different placement. And so you will see sometimes a recommendation from the hearing panel of a suspended enforcement. And again, that's allowed for in Ed Code and board policy. Sometimes most often it's to another school site. Board action, you can discuss these in closed session. Action taken in open, family may come to plea, and you will be acting upon the hearing chairperson's recommendation or amending such recommendation. Families, if they do not like your decision, they are allowed to appeal within 30 days of your decision to the county. At the county, we will attend on your behalf and represent the district. And the county simply, they do not rehear the case. They do not rehear evidence, but they listen to the parent and they listen to the district, and then they decide. Their options are essentially have another hearing and do a better job and for example, include the evidence that they feel was omitted, or they can say that's expunge the expulsion. They can say that's not an expellable offense or something was handled improperly, return the student to school, or they can uphold the action of the local board. We have had an appeal in the last 5 years, maybe one, and the county did uphold our local board action. Readmission is mentioned in 48916, and essentially that's for our Director of Child Welfare and Attendance to reach out to families and say, your term is ending. We'd like to check and see that you've not only met the time, but the conditions that were laid out. That might have been counseling, get good grades, attend school regularly, and do all the things we asked you to do. Please come sit with me and let's review that data, bring proof that you have completed those things. And if you have done so, then you will be recommended for readmission. We gladly welcome you back to the district, and those come to you as a report monthly as well. Typically, they come at the end of each semester because, as I've mentioned before, the terms are semester driven. And we do try to get students back in if they've met those terms and conditions. We reach out affirmatively to them. Many districts wait for students to kind of remember to reach out. We reach out to every student who's expelled when their term expires. You can readmit or deny readmission. I'm sorry.
My question was on the stipulation of the expulsion by the hearing board. Is there any way that they can just state that they are recommending expulsion for 1 semester or 2 semesters, but without a date? Because that's always our confusion when they say the student will return for fall 2. The board has not made a decision yet. So the board makes that decision based on the date after we have heard the case or we've met as a board. It's when we have met as a board that we will tell you if it is for the next semester or the following. Because what I see is that the expulsion, the hearing officers, when they're hearing it, they may have heard it in October, but because of a timeline, or they may have heard it in November, timeline-wise, we, the board, we don't get it till end of December. But they're now saying that the students will be expelled for the fall semester and the spring. But we're hearing it after the fall semester is done. So we need to be able to have that window to say, yes, we agree that the student will be expelled for 2 semesters or 1 semester beginning at this date and ending here. It is all based on when we went to CSBA conference, and there were some vague statements by school districts that at some point, those school districts found themselves in a difficult situation because the information was vague. It didn't have exact timeline. So, I'm just hoping that the panel, when they hear it, will say, yes, based on this case, the student it should get a semester or even 2 weeks, whatever it is that you're giving. But let the board make that date decision, because it is based on our date that happens. It's not based on their hearing board date.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think there's 2 separate steps here. One, a stipulated agreement would never be heard by a hearing chairperson because they've waived their right. You're not talking stipulated. Okay.
Expulsion.
Okay. So if it goes to a hearing chairperson, I think this becomes most important around December and May, so that we are thoughtful about making sure that we understand which board meeting it will be presented. And so, yes, we can, if there's a question as to when the board might hear this, and they really want it to be 2 semesters, but we don't know if this action will be taken in December or January, for example, then we should be thoughtful about leaving that in that way. Stipulated agreement, we wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, I understand the question. Thank you. Last one is expungement. This is allowed by law that families can ask after their term and conditions are met. We typically ask them to wait at least 1 full year after they are readmitted, but they can request an expungement of that particular incident. And so we bring those to you for consideration if we believe the child has not only met their terms and conditions, but also had then another good year. Because we do want them to be able to apply for the kinds of things in post-secondary world for which this offense might keep them out, especially if they have made a change and they've learned a new behavior. So that's really the nuts and bolts and discipline. I'll pause there one more time for questions.
Pat, you mentioned secondary. So if a student is expelled and it stays on his or her record, what does that do to future employment? Or certain types of jobs, certain types of like going into the military or anything like that? Does that affect that?
It does. There are jobs like the military, police department, that if there's certain offenses on the record that are not expunged, that will keep them out. And so we do have from time to time, either someone doing a background check or a recruiter call us and say, hey, can you tell me about, the student said that they had a clean record. Can you confirm? And if the student's an adult and gives us permission, then we can give that record and either confirm or say, nope, clean record.
Yeah. Even if it's not a crime, basically it's.
Yes, even if it's only an ed code violation.
Right.
Yep. Sometimes they ask which one, and they're less concerned about ed code violations of one type versus another. Yeah. Good question.
Any other questions for Pat? Don't go too far.
Yes.
You might need a stool.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate being stuck behind here. I so want to walk up and down in front of you, but I know we're streaming this, and if I don't talk into here, it won't be heard. So this is a preview of some
Thank you.
data that will be presented in, I'll say at the outset, the presentation on the 8th, we think will be an awful lot more entertaining. One, because I won't be the only presenter, we'll be the full team. And two, because we've got all kinds of cool student videos and other things that will be along with it. And so that will be at the Sing Center for the Arts at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. on the 8th. Please come if you can. There'll be student singers and projects and performances and samples of things that they've done. And of course, the presentation will be lively and a whole lot more interesting. But I know that for you, what I don't want to have happen is for this data to be, for the first time you see it, be on Wednesday. So this is a chance for you to preview that information. And there's actually more here than we will be presenting to the full audience at the town on Wednesday. And so we'll be kind of going through this with them. We always begin with our mission statement so they understand its power and importance. You'll see that the general organization of this is through our board goals, which are now our LCAP goals, which are our evaluation system for almost everyone. We have such alignment in our system, and it's given us an incredible focus and clarity of target. And that really is direction you've given us. And I can't tell you how many people say constantly how thankful they are for the clarity that this provides. So those are the items that we'll be talking through today. Some basic statistics about the school. You know all this. And that first goal really comes down to those measurements of those items there. And so it's a rough number. I picked a number. I know that the number of classrooms varies. Well, do you mean classrooms sometimes I use one? Maybe I have two classrooms because I have a laboratory in another space. It's about 575. But we've conducted almost 3 times as many classroom visits as that number. That's not been done in this district for any time since I've been here. And it's just wonderful for situational awareness. And what we've been doing as we visit is confirming those expectations. Are they posted? And as of that 1474th visit, it was 80% of the classrooms really did have those. Of course, they might not be there in a kindergarten classroom or might be there in another way, but immediately apparent, 80%. Ratio of positive to corrective interactions. We're seeing a high positive ratio there. We love to see that, right? 3-to-1 positive to corrective interactions. How many students are engaged in a given moment in a classroom? And we're seeing as of this moment, about 86%. And I got to tell you, as a person who presents in good sized rooms, that's a good number, right? Hitting 86% of any group is really good to see. And then of course, other metrics like, are we using district adopted curriculum? Attendance is another measure we're carefully focused on. I borrowed this slide from Matt Schulenberg and his presentation a few weeks back. And this kind of shows attendance. And it's a really good look, I thought, of attendance as it used to be in 2009 and then 19. Like 10 years later, we're still right around 95. In fact, that year, a little better. And then from 2022, when we actually started to take attendance again in a more official way, climbing back toward that 94, 95. And so we're not presenting this as a budget item to the community. We're presenting this as, remember, regular school attendance is important. And it makes a difference because students who attend do better. And so we're excited to see it growing, and yet we know it needs to continue to improve. The flip side of attendance is absenteeism. So we'll take a look at that just briefly from the point of view of the dashboard. They measure chronic absenteeism, which is 10% of the days you're enrolled. How many students have missed 10%? And you can see at the height of, oddly, 2021 had a low. You see there's no 2020 there because that year they weren't here. But 2021, a little bit low because we had kind of an alternate attendance measure. It was a conglomerate of other data, and student attendance didn't necessarily mean they were here. But when they were really back in 22, incredibly high chronic absenteeism. It is on the decline and yet still high. It's trending in the right direction, and we want to continue to see that level of improvement. And I've added the county and the state to this so you can kind of see how we stack up against them. The dashboard, however, doesn't give you charts. It gives you this dial. And I've included these two because these are unique dials. These two, the more you decline, the better you are. You follow? The less absenteeism, the fewer suspensions. And so that we have declined both in chronic absenteeism and suspension rate. Although in suspension rate, we didn't decline much. We did decline enough to get us into the yellow, so that's great to see. I'll pause there. The entire dashboard is made up of dials like these, except for the science measure, which has cell phone bars. Dials to come. We also take surveys, and we use the Youth Truth Survey. We find it to be useful. We get good comparative data. And so we saw over 9,000 students. We only give it to grades 3 through 12. So that's just about every eligible student. 1,581 families, that's over 10%, but still we would love that to be higher. And so we're always looking for ways to include that or increase that. And just over 1,000 staff member from our staff who are really, we don't add this for the substitutes. It's mostly just staff who are eligible and have an email on campus. We saw very encouraging trends, and more on that in a little bit. Most notably, perceptions of safety generally. So you take all the questions that had anything to do with safety. This is the student responses. Elementary, middle, and high school students all felt safer at school. It was really encouraging to see that. We meet with these students, Mrs. Nelson and I, and we ask them questions about how they're feeling at school and what would make them feel safer. And, they've come up with some really good ideas, and we've been able to implement those, or they have at their sites with their principal. And you know what? It's yielding impact. And we're so glad to see that. Staff perceptions of safety, way up. So encouraging, again, to hear, because, we've all been concerned about this as an area. And so we see great growth in the K-8 and high school. K-8 and K-6 staff are surveyed together, and then high school staff separately because they have slightly different questions. And then families too, also feeling that school is safer this year. And so we just saw a universal increase in the sense of safety from students, staff, and parents. And it was just great to see. Goal 2 is all wrapped up in student achievement, and we use as our template to build our metrics the county cradle to career roadmap. This board has been in the vanguard of those, kind of making sure that we tie those metrics to a larger format, and the county roadmap is what we've chosen to use. And so, for example, well, I'll pause there and just say that 3rd grade reading, 6th grade math, graduation rate, college and career readiness, and so on. Those are all important metrics. I do need to stop and just make sure you see the entire dashboard for just a moment. This is our current dashboard for Apple Valley Unified School District. We have no red, which is wonderful. One of the few districts in the area to have no areas in the red. And we've got a couple in the green, which is nice to see. Also, in the locally determined areas, those 5, we have met standard in all 5 areas. Back to 3rd grade, I've included 3 years worth of data here. We are not seeing a lot of movement in meeting standard in ELA, but we are seeing students moving out of the standard not met category. We know this is critical to our work, and that making sure that students have, 1, access to a viable curriculum, and 2, the focused meeting of their needs as individuals is critical. Now, again, this was last year's 3rd grade, current 4th graders. But when you look at reducing that group, that's critically important. And we continue to focus on that. As of the beginning of this year, it was at 47%. It's really at month 1. It's actually just a little later than that. But at first window, we've already seen in the current 3rd graders, fewer in that bottom group. And we know that with a year's worth of instruction, that number will continue to go down. So we're very hopeful that this 3rd grade reading measure will get better over time. But we are seeing progress. And again, I've stood here for, a number of years giving this report with difficult things to show. And although there's no celebration in the fact that we have students who aren't meeting grade level, there is celebration that the movement's in the right direction. Looking at our aggregate of scores, 3rd through 8th and 11th, it's an awful lot of scores all blended together. When you look at just sort of the students meeting standard in ELA, again, not a lot of change, just a slight increase in those exceeding standard, and a slight decrease in the standard not met. And mathematic, a little more, this is a regional comparison for the language arts. Very similar to Hesperia, and not as good as the state and some other districts. I only included K-12 districts because when you start looking at only elementary or only high school districts, their range of students tested is quite different with our 3rd through 8th plus 11th cohort. Mathematics, some decline in that standard not met group, some increase in the standard exceeded, and yet also much more progress to be made in mathematics. And regionally, very similar to the language arts. What has to be focused on, though, is the distance from standard change. And what that is essentially, if you take the aggregate score, and if the standard score is 100, and if student scores 50, they're 50 points from standard. Well, the question then becomes, how much gain towards standard are they making as a group? And I've just put some of the main groups that we serve in Apple Valley. So if you look at, kind of our different subgroups, we see African-American students actually made the most gain in moving towards standard, and some other groups all making positive growth. The direction is good. We haven't had a plus in these columns for a while. So we're seeing every student group move closer to standard, but the student groups that are furthest away moving the fastest. I'll pause there. Okay. Graduation rate, one of the other metrics on the Cradle to Career Roadmap. Again, over time, we saw last year a slight decline. We knew that was coming, but there's a nice rebound for 2024. Over that 92% marker, we love to see that. Better than the county, better than the state. Encouraging to see. And that's for all students in the district. College preparation, however, we do not stack up as well compared to the county or the state. And so you can see that number hovering in that 38%. Looking regionally, however, that 38 stacks up well for all students. I put some local districts. I did put Victor in green. I couldn't help it. It was a thing. And then I did pull a couple of student groups out, African-American students and Hispanic students, is for comparison as well. A through G completion, we know, is a component of many things, right? This is about course selection. It's about how important is it to retake a course if you've gotten a grade of D or F. It's about not just graduation, but graduating with readiness. And so we've met with counselors. They've got some great ideas. We are using the UC Compass transcript evaluation system so that we know which students are close, which students are, kind of in a second tier, and which students we're going to really need to focus on graduation with them. And so we've got some great data, and they are bringing that data to meetings with the superintendent. College and career readiness on the dashboard, however, is not A through G. It's really interesting. The dashboard doesn't have an A through G measure at all. You can't find it there. It won't be there. Now, you can dig into DataQuest and find it. What's on the dashboard is college and career readiness more generally. And you can meet that a number of ways. Students can meet that by, for example, taking a career technical education pathway and one community college articulated or dual enrollment class. And so there's lots of different ways to be considered prepared for life after high school. It's college and career. And so that measure is increasing. That looks good. It's a little bit higher than our A through G, because A through G alone won't do it. And just move it in the right direction. Professional learning, I want to just point out a couple of things. We had 80 sessions this summer, well attended. We've had 134 different things since August till December. That includes full day sessions here or afternoon sessions here or at some school sites we've used. Our Paraeducator Academy has had over 180 participants. It's been an overwhelming success for them to get some training on Wednesday afternoons. And of course, lots of new staff trained as part of these to make sure that they're brought on board. There's a culture here of professional learning and a sense of growth. It comes out in the survey. Look at this. Our district, under the general, I have access to meaningful professional development question. If you kind of add those strongly agree and agree, 28 and 38% respectively, you're looking at, 66% of the staff who say they have meaningful professional development. Compared to the average of California schools, it's much better. Your average California teacher isn't getting what they get in Apple Valley, and we're proud of that. When you look at these teachers by years of service, those numbers kind of hold up. The baby teachers feel well supported, the 5 to 9, and even the more than 20. There's a little dip in that 10 to 20 years at high school. My colleagues were quick to point out that those were people I hired at Apple Valley High School. So I have to take some ownership of that 38. I should have hired better. But, it's like one of those things that just we had a chuckle about. But then we quickly snapped back and said, well, Trinae was in HR then, so she okayed it. And so that's just good to see. Even part of both attendance, getting them to come to school, and also just performance, we know is important things like visual and performing arts. I'll just remind the board that in 2013, Apple Valley as a community said, if we have local control, bring back music. So we did that. We added music. Little did we know that soon thereafter would come a targeted state grant that said, bring back music. But there was a caveat, which was you can't use this money to supplant anything you're already doing. So it has to be in addition to. So now we've got Prop 28 funds sitting on top of our LCAP funds. And then, of course, in the TK through 6th grade programs, you've been hearing students talk about other visual performing arts activities they're engaged in that are even in addition to those two. Here's how we know we've got an awful lot of arts and music. Although I know you go to the performances and you hear them, they're just wonderful. When we have instrument cleaning in the summer, hundreds of instruments come back for repair, which is a lovely thing, right? To have, it means they're being used. And so it's just a delight. There's over 1,000 students involved. All right, back to the survey data. The way to read this is to look at this is kind of by percentile rank. And so it's got a percentage change, which is where we're most interested. And so the percentile rank is kind of where they land as far as compared to other schools in California. Students, family, and staff for 4th through 6th grade. And so we see relationships increasing for students, big increase in culture, academic challenge, belonging. The school safety component is in culture for these kids. That's why you don't see school safety there. It says NA. Belonging's down. That's an area of concern. So we'll bring that up with students on Thursday when we meet them. We're super happy to see increase with the family data, as we mentioned, and the staff increases are notable. So we're seeing good movement there. Middle grades, we only have students because parents are either elementary or high school. Staff are either elementary or high school. So for middle grade students, we see an increase except for engagement. So again, an area that we'll bring up with them. And then finally, high school just blew it out of the water. Incredible increases. Families, staff, look at the culture for staff, 19-point increase. Being in the blue means you're in one of the top, you're in that upper, above 50th percentile. You're doing better than most of the state. And our high school families, our high school staff, and our high school students, for the most part, they just feel like things are going well. And I'll pause there to think back to something that really hit me when we were at CSBA. And that was Dr. Lori Santos's presentation about happiness. And what struck me there was this idea that you really have to do that first. You know, we have a tendency to say, I'll be happy when I reach that thing that's on the other side of the goalpost. But I really appreciate the board's allowance of us to really work on this first. Understanding that if students feel safe and comfortable and feel like they have belonging and relationships, that the rest of the data points will come. And it's moving. And we're so, I mean, it gives me goosebumps to be up here to finally say this. It really feels good. The English language progress indicator. So this is a measure of the students who are considered English learners and are they making progress, satisfactory progress, or maintaining already good scores. It says we're in the yellow, which really irritates me because we maintain what was already a good score. And we're better than the state. This is the only time I put the state data next to it because I was just slightly irritated. Because we're better than the state. The state's orange, we're yellow, and I still think we should be green. We were green last year, we should be green. We actually, it says maintain, but 1.7 without a negative means we actually grew, but we didn't grow 2 points, which is what we needed. So we're talking 2 students difference. Mariana Torres is super motivated, so watch out. Goal 3, family and community engagement. We have had more parents both here and at school sites than we have ever before. It's been lovely to see. This is just a quick snap of paint night. The buckets were because they needed water in order to sort of, wash their brushes and paints. I was afraid the whole night that someone was going to slip because there was a drip. They were on it. They did such a good job, but it was just a lovely night. The family survey, I mentioned those responses. We selected earlier this year, prior to the survey going out, some key questions that we thought, if we could move these, those would be good indicators of growth. And we selected, my school creates a friendly environment, and I feel valued. And we saw increases in both chunks of parents for both questions. So that was good to see. High school's up, elementary's up, and they're already pretty high, but we really want to see that increasing. We feel like that's something that's reachable and important. Of course, our family centers, we'll talk more about that as we do staff presentations, but our food pantry here every Friday that school is in session, somewhere between 150 and 200 families getting a box of food. Operation School Bell with clothes, supplies, often from the Assistance League. Sparks of Love, some of you came for that. It's just a huge success. And then we do have 5 fully functioning regional family centers. One's here, but then across the district, where 3 or 4 schools kind of share a family center, and they are used for all kinds of things. And we'll talk more about that later. So what's coming up? You'll hear more about community schools in another presentation. Oh, we're right on time. We're going to make it. During the presentation at the town, Matt will talk more about the TK classroom projects and other things that are going on. The enrollment for the class, actually that's class of 2037 that's coming in. Our open enrollment for intras and intra requests starts today, and enrollment was queued up for that and ready to go because we know we get a lot of those. Of course, graduations always seems like it's just around the corner, and then our summer programs will take off after that. So I'll pause there for questions and or thoughts about how to proceed. Like I said, this data will be interspersed with student videos and all kinds of other things on Wednesday. We believe we have much to celebrate here because we are trending in such a positive direction.
Any questions for Pat? Good job. It looks good.
Looks good. Feels good to
It's
share
always
good
to see
news. Yeah.
numbers moving, yeah.
Okay, I think I'm up next. Staff reports.
Does anybody need a 2-minute break? Anybody need to use the restroom? Anything? Maria? Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes, Pat. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah.
super tiny. I apologize. These are just samples. They're going to be up on the screen, a little bit more readable format. And you will have these each month. And so we thought it would be useful for us to kind of tell you what these various data points are. So it'll be,
Pat, just for reference, these are all screenshots from the November board meeting, with the exception of one that we had to go back another board meeting because it was not listed as one of them. So these are all replicable. You can find them. We just wanted to have slides.
absolutely, yes. And so you will see these. These are just taken from the last board meeting. They're public facing. And so there's nothing confidential here. And you will have the ability to look at them. But I just wanted to answer any questions about what data they contain. And so the first one is a CWA report. It includes the list of schools, and then there are columns across the top. There's the number of foster students, which is a continually updating total. And that, again, as of the November board meeting, and this particular report says as of October 2023. Or October 23rd, sorry, 2024. Number of homeless students. And again, homeless by definition, right? Which means they're underhoused, they might be doubled up, they might be in kinship foster, and that number at 830, quite a bit higher than it has been in years past. Number of students suspended, class suspension, and so on. The only one I'll point out is that board-approved expulsion cases at that particular point, it says that there were 3. That is a continuously updating total as well, but that then meeting in November and December, there were more. So that was just as of that November prior to board action that night. And then one last thing is the student well check. That is not a continuously updating number. That is just that month's total. So there's about one of those a day, but often you're done 2 or 3 on a Thursday or Friday. And on the bottom, our care solace indicators. Those have to do with the care concierge service we use. That's a warm handoff or a process by which families can avail themselves of mental health care. And so either by self-referral or staff referral, getting students, or to be honest, staff members or families, anyone connected to Apple Valley Unified can use Care Solace. The dashboard sits as a link on our website, and you can go right in. And so this kind of just keeps a running tally on the far right of the totals for this school year. Our Family Center report, and thankfully Mariana is here if you have direct questions about this that I can't answer, but it's a pretty self-explanatory system. They work with families, and as you might imagine, a family who comes into a family center may have kids at multiple schools. So there might be some data that maybe shows a high school at a small number, but they might be getting services at us, for example, at Sandia School, and they have children at Sandia and Apple Valley, but they might report, no, I have a child here at Sandia. And so, we know that there's, some nuance in the data there. But this is the kind of services they're getting at the family centers for the month. There's a running total of food pantry data down on the bottom left. That's always really awesome to see, and thousands of individuals served by this point in the year. And then again, this was the November board report, and then Operation School Bell totals there as well. Sometimes you'll see other additional items there of particular interest, like Thanksgiving, Sparks of Love, and the other things I mentioned earlier. And I'll turn it over to Dustin.
Yes, thank you. One staff report that comes out of one of our departments here is produced by Chief and his team, and that's the patrol statistics over the course of the month that are reflected there. This report is actually kind of broken into 2 areas. You've got an image here of like the summary sheet, the overview of everything, and then behind it, generally there's a detail that'll break down what types of infractions or investigations that they responded to. But you can just kind of look at it. It really is a good gauge to me when I look at this. I kind of look at how involved they are with the community. It really speaks, and I think that a lot of those top numbers, especially when compared to like the misdemeanor and felony arrest, to see that there are hundreds and hundreds of interactions that happen throughout a course of a month, to be followed up with 2 or 3 or 4 maybe misdemeanor or felony type of arrests. those are the ones you often probably are being updated throughout the course of the month too, when stuff is going south. But good report to dive into. I know at times a lot of the language will look synonymous as you look at the detail page. So if you ever have questions, like, I don't understand why it says, traffic patrol and then traffic stop, or, but then there you find out, well, that's because this many officers, this many school days, there are hundreds of arrival and dismissal patrols, but not necessarily traffic stops, as they're out circulating and monitoring. So happy to always seek the answers for clarity if any of those reports, flag a felony or any information that you're like, hey, what is this about? Just ask. Well, we should have the answer. Questions on that? Thank you.
And I'll call your attention. The next slide is this is a cover sheet for an ASB report in the staff report section. This particular report is for Granite Hills High School. Again, as Dustin mentioned, the report he was speaking of, there's a lot of detail behind that. There is a lot of detail behind each one of these ASB reports. You'll see this reflects just the straight financial activity in the ASB as a whole, but the detail will break down the ASB financial activity by club, account, school, class, all the different entities that operate within the associated student body at our schools. Our high schools and our K-8s run what's called an organized ASB, so you'll see those reports a little more often. We do have some of our elementary schools, our K-6s, that run a little more of an informal ASB. You'll see a summary report more toward the end of the year for those schools.
And these are student dollars.
Yes, these are all student dollars in support of student activities. And last but not least, I think this is the last slide. Is it
I think
not,
it
Pat?
is.
Okay.
Yes.
This again is one of the staff reports. This is our attendance report. This particular report is actually the final month one ending of this particular school year. So this is as of August 30th, 2024, after adjustments and attendance audits to make sure all the attendance is input correctly. You'll see the schools down the column on the left. Our K-6s, our K-8s, our high schools, our High Desert Premier Academy, and of course our Apple Valley Virtual Academy. Their ADA, this is month one. Enrollment month one. CUME ADA is the same as month one because it only 1 month. And the cumulative enrollment, you'll see the expected ADA yield on the far right. We're expecting a 96% at our elementary schools, at our K-6s, and 95 at our K-8s and 94 at our high schools. You'll see the CUME ADA yield is really the number we pay attention to. That is this second column from the right, all the way down at the bottom. District total 94.3%. That's where we want to see it. We started out this year in great shape. Unfortunately, the last few months we've slid a little bit, but not as much as in past years. And we're hoping to climb back up here in the spring with the great weather we're having. Hopefully nobody gets sick and everybody can come to school. Any questions on that?
If there ever is, please, we'd love to talk about these reports. This is, we think important stuff and good news. So we'd be happy. Give us one more chance to change over to our final presentation. Let me come off the screen and
I got it.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Okay, while they're getting set up, I'll just do a brief introduction. We're so excited for this presentation. Looking forward to discussion and questions. This is a presentation all about our journey toward the process of not just applying for the community schools grant, but really redeveloping the way we serve families. You saw in the Family Center data, you heard the discussions, you saw the data in the family surveys. Like all those are all indicators of the kinds of services we're attempting to provide. This whole child approach, this wrapping our arms around the family and community is kind of built into the DNA of kind of how we do business. We're so excited to be able to write about that and have some funds to even do more for families. And so with that, I'll introduce Mariana Torres, Director of Equity and Access, and Nelson Lopez Campos, who she's brought on board as our teacher on assignment, kind of tasked with working in this realm. And they're just doing a wonderful job. So come on up.
Welcome.
Yeah. Well, actually, my job is very easy today. I just get to introduce our wonderful teacher on assignment who has been working on this project. And I'm here because I sort of started the process of exploration and have been the support lead for this project. But other than that, we are actually part of a really great team across our district. And he has more information that he's going to talk to you guys about.
Okay. Sorry, it's my first time here. Thank you, Ms. Torres, and I want to thank the board as well for the opportunity to discuss about community schools. Community schools foster each child's comprehensive development in a safe environment that meets their social, emotional, as well as their physical needs and academic success, all the while strengthening the community ties through family and community engagement. At the center of community schools is the whole child. Through this approach, we can address the following areas: the student's health and safety, social and emotional support, engagement and connection, as well as those partnerships with the families in order to provide that academic success. This might look familiar to you. Community schools model is perfectly aligned with our district goals and the way that we do business here in AVUSD. But you're probably asking yourselves, what are community schools? Community schools are a collaboration model that brings together certificated as well as classified personnel, families, students, and community members in order to identify challenges that our students are facing. They also integrate academic as well as health and social services. They partner with local organizations. And what's important about community schools is that they are unique. They are unique to the community it serves. As well, it is a place where every voice matters. This slide is important because this is not what community schools are not. Community schools are not a separate school. They're not a one-size-fits-all model. They're not just simply adding programs in order to fix things, or one person or one entity making all the decisions. And it's definitely not operating in isolation from the school district. We're all working for the same goal. This is a little timeline of where we began and where we are going. If you notice on point number 1, AVUSD applied for the planning grant. This allowed our district to develop a comprehensive plan about how we're going to implement community schools here in our district. This opened the opportunity to be part of CEI, which is that Community Engagement Initiative, which is a statewide program that aims to improve community engagement and what it looks like at schools as well as in other districts. And this was our starting point here at AVUSD. And we started with 4 sites. The 4 sites that we started with were Granite Hills, High Desert Premier Academy, Phoenix Academy, as well as Yuckaloma, and also both of our unions, ABUDA and CSEA. What we ended up noticing is that through many discussions with both unions, it was brought to our attention that our CEI team was majorly represented by admin, and it lacked that adequate representation. As a result of their efforts, I was appointed as a teacher on assignment for community schools. And what that ended up happening is that we started building flyers. We started pushing out information about community schools, what they are, what they can look like, and why they are so important. And we sent out surveys to all of our educational partners. And as of today, we have a total of 4,000 responses as well. Because of our ongoing process about community schools, we started with 4 sites. We ended up adding 4 more sites. And on December 9th, we held our first community school gathering. And also, when we started talking with our unions as well, it was highlighted that our CEI team was too admin oriented, and that brought us to create a shared leadership committee. And with the help of Anaheim School District, it was recommended for us to build a shared leadership team that will consist of 15 members, 3 members from each site, in order for us to truly have a shared leadership in our district. And with everything, there are deadlines. By January 21st, each 8 sites are going to turn in they're going to complete a site plan, and by February 7th, the district will submit they will submit the grant. Now, there are 4 pillars of community schools. Those pillars are integrated student supports, family and community engagement, collaborative leadership and practices, as well as extended learning time and opportunities. These four pillars are vital in addressing the whole child model, and it's another key element of the community schools initiative. What this means is this: when we implement these 4 pillars, community schools will create a nurturing environment that supports all aspects of a child's development in order to improve educational outcomes. The first pillar, integrated student supports. Basically what it is identifying supports to overcome those learning barriers. And they can be things such as counseling or behavioral services. We also have family and community engagement. This is basically empowering our families in order for them to be active in their children's education and continuing to build and maintain those relationships. This could be done through things such as home visits, family centers, or the different community events that we're already currently doing. Expanded learning time and opportunities is providing our students those additional learning supports that they may need, such as tutoring or internships or field trips. Last but not least, you have collaborative leadership and practice. The importance of teamwork through a shared leadership model. Because at the end of the day, what we want to make sure that there's trust and that we maintain those partnerships for the long run. Going back to that timeline, on December 9th, we did host our first ever community school gathering with all of our 8 sites. This was a very wonderful opportunity where we saw teamwork and learning took place. Each site, as you can see by those pictures, they reviewed data that is ongoing data happening at their schools. And they discussed how they can improve the community schools' effort at their sites by utilizing those 4 pillars of community schools. And then what ended up happening is that we ended up doing a gallery walk. And through that gallery walk, each site got to see the different initiatives, those different programs, those different things that are happening at their site. And through this information, they got to see that they are already doing community schools. But what they actually learned and got out of was that, hey, there is areas of growth that need to take place. And how are we going to do that? So they ended up walking out with ideas and brainstorming different strategies in order to help them write that implementation grant. Now, the grant itself, you have the RFA. The RFA is a request for application. That's the entire grant itself. But included in the grant will be 8 different implementation plans. Those are those individualized site plans as well as their artifacts. This is important because there is an assumption out there that the district is going to be turning in 8 different grants. That's not the case. It's only one grant with 8 implementation plans with their artifacts, which are basically those evidences. And you already know this. With each grant, there's a rubric, and it's worth 100 points. The first component is 50 points is going to be CDE, the California Department of Education, to identify that these different sites actually have a demonstrated needs. Then each site will complete an implementation plan along with those artifacts and those evidences. The district will then actually complete a questionnaire, a program abstract, which basically tells why are we looking into community schools? Why do we want it? And also do a budget worksheet. Eligibility and criteria. What the state is looking for is 50% or more of those unduplicated pupil count. What does that mean? It means that total number of students enrolled that qualify in one of those categories, whether it is socially, economically disadvantaged, English learners, foster, or homeless. And because of this baseline minimum, California is going to be prioritizing the funding allocations of schools that have at least 80% of those unduplicated pupil count, as well as turning in those site plans and artifacts. And again, it's only one grant and 8 plans with their evidences. The grant amounts. The CDE will prioritize funding allocations to planning grantees. And that is great news for us, because if you notice on the timeline in step number 1, AVUSD has already applied for the grant. So we are already part of that planning grantee, and we have priority when it comes to this grant. And the grant itself is going to be awarded based on student population. But step number 3 is very important. Each grantee must have a local match of 1/3. That means 33%, and all funds must be expended by June 30th, 2030. And this is just an image of what that grant will look like for these 8 different schools. When this grant comes into play, we want to let you know that this is not a new fiscal impact. We want to let everybody know that even though this grant must have a local match of 1/3, which is at 33%, it doesn't necessarily need to be in the form of cash. It can be through services or resources of that comparable value, because those are things that we are currently already doing as a district. What this grant gives us is that opportunity to expand what we are already doing and making them bigger, making them better, and instead of just supplanting what we currently have. The 33% is very important. It's very important because those are local match contributions that it could be done by the district or the community or a little bit of both. And you're going to notice in there different examples of the district match as well as the community match. This funding will not represent new money. As highlighted in our district goals, community schools are vital to our mission. In fact, our district was pioneering these efforts before the community school initiative actually started. And as a district, we are already providing many services associated to community schools. And I'm going to give you one example. As a district, we have invested in 5 family centers. This is just one example of a district match. And this existing service is an example of that 33% match from our district. This grant, again, presents us with an opportunity to expand or provide more services without introducing any additional expenses. In-kind services, those are those non-cash contributions, such as that have a monetary value. These are services and resources we currently provide as a district. These initiatives will not incur additional expenses or new budgetary expenditures. Instead, the grant presents us with the opportunity to expand and address the barriers impacting the needs for all of our students. And like we mentioned before, the services we currently provide will count as our 33% match for the grant. These are just what's allowed and what is not allowed. You're going to notice that key phrase in bold, supplant existing services and funds. Funding may be used for any of the above. Supplanting basically means using the grant to pay for resources or services that already exist. That's not what the grant is for. Our focus will be on enhancing and expanding our current efforts in order to support new initiatives or enhance existing ones when it comes to community schools. Accountability is very important. Where is this grant going to be? What is this grant going to be spent on? CDE, California Department of Education, has made the following guidelines. There has to be an annual projected expenditure report. There has to be updates on those plans. There has to be progress reports. There has to be a sustainability plan, because the grant, it's only for 5 years. So we need to make sure that there is a sustainability plan in play in order to maintain what we're currently and already doing. Timelines are very important. We already started a new year, and these deadlines are coming up. Site plans and artifacts are due by January 21st. Then we're going to be submitting that one grant by February 7th. Then our application will be scored from February all the way to April. And we are hoping that our names get announced as proposed grantees for this grant. And then, last but not least, we are hoping that by June and July, we receive that letter that we have successfully received that community schools grant. And I truly appreciate the opportunity for being here, and thank you for everything that you do. And if you have any questions, I'm here I'll do my best to help.
Has the grant been put together and written and ready to go?
Not yet. So the grant itself, that abstract and the rest of the things, they're in progress. But those 8 site plans, each of the schools are already working on them.
And does the food bank, would that be considered as part of the 33% that we can use that as showing?
match.
Mhm.
Yes.
I'll give you a few examples, and you're going to be amazed with the information that I'm going to give you. When we were looking at these different implementation grants, some of the fundings that these districts are applying for are, one, to create a food pantry, to create family centers, to have coordinators, to have mental health therapists, to have counselors. Those are all the things that we're already doing.
Right.
And there is so much more that we are capable of doing as well. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the services that we already have in play and the additional services and supports that we can have are all for the benefit of our families and the students that we serve. But before all of this is done, I'm going to make sure that each one of you receives the copy of that draft alongside of those 8 site plans, those budget reports, and all of those things. Anything that you need, you will have available for you. Okay.
Good presentation. Is there any more questions for?
Yeah.
Yes, Amanda?
So what is the full amount of the grant that we're applying for?
It depends. So for example, we have 8 different sites. The grant that the sites are going to be receiving depends on those populations. So it could be, I think I did the math, we're looking at possibly $10 million, or it could be a little bit more than that. It all depends on those student populations from each one of those and then who receives it. But I can have an exact number for you and, afterwards.
Yeah, and I can answer that partially because they can choose to award not all 8 sites. So let's say we apply for 10.1 million or something like that. They may say 7 of the 8 we're going to fund. And so they might not come back with the full amount.
Okay, and then if we say get 10 million and we're on the hook for 33%, how do we, I guess what I'm struggling with is how do we know that it's not going to come out of our budget, that we're not spending extra to come up with that money if we don't know how much we're necessarily
I can answer
going to
that.
be awarded?
Yeah.
How can we say it's not going to?
We Let me answer that by giving some other examples. We have lots of grants that already operate this way. So all of the CTE grants require match. All of the California Partnership Academy grants require match. We are so overmatched. So we can already meet the maximum award, 33% amount, and almost double. We have lots of grant capacity because of the amount we already expend in a 5-year time period, how much we already expend for all of those services, including, for example, counselors and therapists. It adds up so quickly that we are, it's odd to say that it's a good thing, we are overmatched.
And
We have
those come out
capacity.
of what is already the supplemental and concentration dollars. So it doesn't change unless our DAC changed the process and decided those weren't the priorities. These have been top priorities of the District Advisory Committee for years.
So
Yeah.
then my next question,
Mhm.
if we're already doing all of these things, what's going to change at these schools to make them community schools? How
Yeah.
does it look different?
Yeah, so the question really is, what did the schools come up with as ideas? And they're meeting, they met all this week. They're working hard on what else would we do? And so what are some examples of some things you've seen?
I'll give you an example. We have a total of 14 schools in Apple Valley, but yet we only have 5 family centers. Our staff is overworked. You know, our people can't be at all 14 schools at each time. So our goal is that, again, community schools is unique to the community it serves. So for example, if a school decides, hey, we would like a community schools family liaison, then they can use a budget for that or any other little things.
There's 8 schools that are applying.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those 8 already have the family center?
And some of the schools already have the family center,
So that won't change. for
so
them.
it won't change.
It might not change the actual building, but they may be able to add capacity to that family center.
Right, more therapists, more community therapy support. There's a lot of options.
They want to add tutoring in some
Yeah.
cases, because for that extended learning at the high school level, they don't have ELOP at the grade 7 through 12. So there's a lot of look at that kind of thing, with the understanding that anything we do add needs a sustainability plan. And we may not be able to continue after 2030 unless the state finds a way to continue to fund it. Or if at that point the district says, that's so important that we're willing to trade that for something else. But they have all uniquely come up with different things they want to do with their particular site allocation. Think of HDPA, no family center there, yet lots of need. And so they really want to have their own. And so that's one of the ideas they come up with, but they're a tiny school, so they would be getting the smaller amount.
Well, and I think also to answer your question, it's not necessarily just one thing. The whole idea behind the needs assessment that was done by students, by parents, by staff, by the community, it's looking at the specific needs and making sure that the different barriers that we might not be aware of, or the different things that we might need to supplement, we can bring to the table. It could be additional tutoring. It could be a mentoring program. It could be at some sites, because, for example, the family centers that you guys have been talking about, even though we only have 5 sites, we actually serve all 14 schools, which means that people cannot be at 2 places at one time. So it could be that one individual could come in for an additional amount of time, or they could have a resource desk. Everybody wants to make sure that these additional funds would be applied in a way in which we would be able to expand the support that we have for our students and our families. And with the whole child effort, we are looking beyond just what happens during the school day. We are very blessed in the fact that we actually have a district nurse who is assigned to our community schools efforts, and she has been reaching out to the community. We're looking forward to doing Vision Community Days. We are looking forward to expanding other services as well. So what this does is really look at every single one of the different things that a student can potentially or a family could potentially need to make sure that they can get to school healthy, to make sure that they have what they need and that they feel supported when they get to the school, including with the staff. So I'm sorry if I took over, but I want to make sure that I assure you that everything that we look at in this grant, it's a really wonderful opportunity for us to provide without having to continue to be the only ones that are paying for it, basically.
Yeah, good way to put it.
So is there any other questions or anything? Because I don't want to steal any more of your time.
Well, we're looking forward to some good news. Thank you for the presentation.
Me too. He did amazing.
Great job, Nelson. You did great.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to public comments. Kylie, any public comments?
We do not have any.
Okay. Board comments, anybody else have anything? We'll go down the line real quick. Anita?
I just want to say thank you very much to everyone who worked hard on the presentations and the data and the information. It was great to hear so many wonderful things are happening, and I look forward to continuing hearing the successes of Apple Valley Unified School District for the rest of the year.
Great. Thank you. Renee?
Just thank you for the time and effort you put into that presentation. It's very evident, and I appreciate it.
Great. Amanda?
Yes, thank you definitely for bringing information, because I know I had first asked for it like over a year ago, because the district I work in has been really pushing for community schools, and I know a little bit of what like their definition is, what they're doing, but I didn't really understand exactly what was changing here, because it sounds like we had a lot of it in place already. So I appreciate the clarification.
Great. Thank you. Well, it's been a good meeting. It was a lot of information for the very beginning of the year, and I think staff did a great job bringing everybody back on board on what our expectations are, what we do here. It was very worthwhile. So thank you. Renee?
I apologize to Nelson and to Mariana, but especially Nelson, who just kept plugging along as I was up and back and forth. And it goes back to your classroom teaching experience and the fact that you can just pretty much do anything without the disruption. Excellent presentation. We are thrilled about the opportunity coming. And I have to say, after being at California School Boards Association, and one of the first districts to receive the grant was Harupa Unified, which is where I got my start as a teacher. I sat through the presentation and I thought, yeah, we do that. Yeah, we do that. And everything they presented, I thought Apple Valley's already doing it. It just means we have this opportunity to expand and support the entire community that has needs. So really glad that we have Nelson as a teacher on special assignment in Mariana's department, sitting next to Wendy, who's our community-based nurse, having to deal with the program as we move forward with community schools. So thank you to the board for the extended time today. I know what an impact it is to be with us all day long. It feels like you worked with us today and literally on the first day back from winter break, and we appreciate the commitment that you made to do this. And I think Ms. Okpara will be just fine.
Great. Okay, so item G, H, I, J, and K, we have nothing at this meeting. We have no need for a second closed session. And so we'll move on to future items. Do any members have any future items for any agenda items like in the past? No? Okay. And do we have any signing of documents, Kylie?
There's a few things in here.
Oh, okay. Well, we can just hang around real quick after this. And with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Hearing that nobody opposed, we'll be adjourned.